Hi, Fred. Puerto Rico here. Puerto Kentucky into the famous city people place. And today's topic is SI. So juicy. Nothing more SI juicy than SI. Like last night, I went to bed at 7 p.m. And Vinci Deluxe was first, Cloud. You lost. You lost that race. Second place is just first loser. I went to bed at 7 o'clock last night, and I slept basically straight. I mean, I got up multiple times to pee, but I didn't wake up, get out of bed until almost 12 hours later. And it was just so juicy because it was cold outside, it was warm in here. Oh, it was so comfortable and sleepy and stuff, you know. It was just juice-tastic. And now I wake up, and what do I get to do? I get to do my morning juicing. How can ENTP, ENFP learn to instrumentalist so? You're gonna have to fix that one. I can't decode that one. I mean, the thing is, if you're asking about whether or not SI instrumental, for ENTPs and ENFPs, the metaphysical aspect of SI is instrumental. The physical aspect is absolute. So, like, I don't like and want to delegate to somebody else the keeping track of my schedule. I'd like to have a secretary. That's metaphysical SI. But the physical SI is really juice. It's like, oh yeah, it's time. It's time for that first morning bong rip. It's gonna feel so good. Let's pull it. Let's pull it together today, okay? Everybody, please take out your lighter. We're pulling these bong rips together. We're gonna light on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Good. The SI fifth Oh, morning bong rip. So just and true. Let's see what my phone is saying. So fifth slot SI. It's the opposite of fourth slot SI. Just to say, the absolute value of the external is people need to know how to get themselves off, basically. if the SE person is going to respect them, they need to know how to party and pleasure themselves in various ways. There's an absolute value for the external world. If somebody's too prudy or fussy or whatever, SI DOMs aren't going to like them. Now, concurrently, they've got strong fifth slot SI, but unlike the ENTP, who's got fourth slot SI and fifth slot NI, the ESTP and ESFP with their fourth slot NI and their fifth slot SI, they have an instrumental value on the NI of timing and an absolute value of truth. With the SI, they've got an absolute value of sort of self-pleasuring and an instrumental value of keeping track of their shit and telling stories. So, like, one thing that the fifth slot SI plays out as is, even though they're an NI user, they tell a lot of personal stories like SI users do. Because fifth slot is, it's like you're never going to determine if somebody is not an NI user if you don't account for the fact that fifth slot SI people will sound like fourth slot SI people. Fourth and fifth slot SI, in terms of the talking aspects of it, the telling stories about your life as examples, personal examples and stuff like that, almost indistinguishable. So on the metaphysical aspect, the SI is basically indistinguishable between ESFP, ESTP, ENTP, and Theo. There's a number of problems I've already articulated with socionics as to why it doesn't work. If you're going to come here and do this again today, I want you to stop, check yourself, ask yourself why you're doing this. You're not correct, okay? It's not why. I've already schooled the fuck out of you on multiple occasions. So just don't. We don't even have to go. Let me just clear it up for you. We don't even have to go any further than information elements to know socionics is totally fucking wrong. External objects, besides the person, don't contain aspects of an intentional manner within them. Obviously. Oh, well, if you're just wasting my time. I didn't know that. I didn't know you were just wasting my time. Well, there's no reason for you to be active then, right now. You can take a time out. Yeah, don't be a boring bitch is right. Thank you, Cloud. Well said. How does SI8th work? Now, that's a good question, Ken Krishna Sarma Purdue. And I'll tell you, again, it looks a little bit like fourth slot SI. An INFJ or an ISFJ is going to be very capable of telling personal stories and stuff as need be. Obviously, I mean, not an ISFJ, INFJ and INTJ. Those are the two types of that eighth slot SI. I think that I don't know 1, 2, 3. Normally I'd be able to tell you because I would have to go inside at 8:30 to get my mom up, but she's no longer here today. She's in the home for the next 2 months, 60 days. And so I'm not sure how long it's going to be. Probably be an hour at least, I would guess. The eighth slot SI thing. The thing about eighth slot SI is it constantly needs to be reminded, so to speak, that the particular is relevant in determining the universal. So INTJs, but especially INFJs, tend to mistake their universal takeaways for the actual thing sometimes. Like Rachel and I have gotten into a number of little spats that basically yeah, I will deal with that in a second, Peter Dentici. Like Rachel, in the initial part of 1, 2, 3, I don't know. Stop trying to schedule me. God, I hate scheduling. So, so the eighth slot essay, it says, well, I'm a person whom, yeah. And then you have to remind them, but you're not a person whom, yeah. You're you and I'm me. Right? And the particular matters a lot. INFJs, especially, are always forgetting this, but they're capable of remembering it. And you bring it to their attention, and they go, oh, yeah, the particular. Because to them, the particular always serves the universal. Okay, next thing I wanted to address is Peter Dentici's question. Would you be able to provide any advice for my ENTP who's bumming right now over a relationship? Some advice for his fourth thought SI or anything that you would think would help? Well, the number one thing that the ENTPs always do when they're bumming over a relationship or a specific significant other or something is, first of all, resolve the status one way or the other for sure. So if he's bumming, there's a decent chance he's bumming because it refuses to get definitive as to what it is. If shit doesn't get definitive as to what it is, then it's never going to be satisfying for an ENTP. We don't like FI shit that's undefined. So that's number one thing, is get definitive as what it is. If it's definitely a breakup and he's been dumped or whatever, then he's going to naturally do what ENTPs always do in such a circumstance. They start thinking about how the other possibilities are, what they're going to do now that they're free, so to speak, and how all the good things that they're going to encounter. It's difficult for an ENTP to be negative because, I mean, we just think about like, well, now I'm going to get to go get another chick or whatever, you know? Of course, if you got low self-esteem about your reproductive viability, that's a somewhat different matter, because you may actually think like, well, I'm not going to be able to get another chick, or I'm never going to find anybody who likes me like she did, or something like that, you know. If that's the case, then the problem is not really being tore up over the relationship. The problem is not having a clear enough self-concept. Let me pull this bomber up now. Yeah, you go ahead and drop it. Heavy ENTP relationship question. I'm ready for it. I'm actually feel perfectly competent and good at giving advice to ENTPs about ENTPs. That's simple enough, you know. Well, remember, Theosophinos, we're using cognitive functions to describe the ways in which people pay attention, not to reduce them to something that they're not. Okay? How FI dumps interact with FI seconds. FI second, when you're asking me FI questions in general cloud, I find that I flounder around a bit, you know? It's like, all right, pretend it's TI. FI second. Well, it basically means you walk into the world with a presumption that the only thing that really matters in determining the correctness or falsehood of stuff is your authentic feelings about it. And just like the only thing that really matters in terms of truth and falseness and stuff for me is that the words all line up and make sense, and that you don't, you don't care about your own feelings or something. It's basically saying my default calculus is interested. I assume everyone's default calculus is probably interested as well. And I get frustrated when people or circumstances won't allow me to use an interested calculus to determine things. So, that's what I have to say about that. How does fifth slot in E manifest? Well, I mean, first of all, it manifests as liking me. That's in general. If you've got fifth slot extroverted intuition, you're gonna think I'm funny. You're gonna like me. You're gonna probably enjoy this channel, at least somewhat. Because if you're in IDOM, that means your absolute value for the external world is extroverted intuition. Shit has to be clever, interesting, new, engaging in ways that are novel in some fashion, or else you're just not going to be that into it if you're an NI-DOM. Now, concurrently, for me, the reason I get along so well with NI-DOMs, and the reason why I tend to like INFJ channels, for example, more than other channels, although I don't necessarily watch anybody's channels, really, to be honest, is because I like the clarity and definitiveness of NI. It's almost, I mean, it's what's necessary. It's the necessary thing to have in order to have novelty and cleverness. You've got to know what the simple, obvious truth is, or the determinate truth, or the most relevant truth. You got to know that. You got to feel that if you're going to be good at being novel and creative and different. You know, you've got to juxtapose against that. So NI-DOMs and NE-DOMs tend to get along very well, especially when they share the same 2-3 functions. So who's the best friend for an ENTP, or what was the question? INTP? Which type do you think is the best friend for an ENTP? INFJ. I really think that the INFJ ENTP friendship is what you call your best friend types. INTPs and ENTPs will run afoul of each other eventually. It's like, because INTPs just don't get the they just don't get everything through the same frame. Like, the frame is for the ENTP is to keep the environment, the ecosystem, as adaptation responsive as possible. Like, I want to be able to flow on the seat of my pants. You know, I like shit that lets me figure it out as I go, seat of the pantsy kind of stuff. Not everything in the world is like that, of course. You might say it's an inferior framing, right? I wouldn't necessarily dispute that. ENTP's framing is unrealistic, to say the least. ENTPs don't get very naturally that it's not that easy. It's just not going to work out like that. You know, like I always think to myself, oh, I'm sure I can figure it out. It'll be fine. Whatever it is that I'm doing, you know, I just need to know enough details to get the gist of how I might go about solving the problem. And then I'm sure I'll figure out the rest as I go. That's the basic ENTP framing. So, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It depends what kind of thing you're doing. It's why I'm so attracted to language-based stuff and not so attracted to science-based stuff, is because science-based stuff requires a lot more clarity. Like, you know, you gotta have better TE. That's the thing. The ordinality aspect of shit is offensive to the ENTP. I don't like order of operations. It annoys me. Okay, so I think you guys can probably guess what time it is. It's time where I make a big request of you. I'm going to now go stand over there, and I'm going to smoke this cigarette. So I'm not going to be here for a little bit. Nicolay Che, what was your question about ISFJ? I'll have to look at it. Let me see. Oh, that's a tough question, Nicolay Shea. If you're an ENTP, that's your worst nightmare. If you were an ENTP, that is your worst nightmare. It's because of what that guy on that typology channel said. We feel responsible for other people's emotions. And if you're the one who wants out of a relationship and the other person wants to stay in, that's the most important question being asked here. I mean, by far. And I'll think about it as I smoke this cigarette. That's a rough one, man. I feel you, dog, but the best answer I could give to that, Nicolay Shea, is different than Winston's mom, although Winston's mom was correct. I was thinking, to the extent that she has her own daily experiences that are distinct from you, like if she has her own routine and develops so much so that your appearance gets in the way of her routine and her experience and her things that she comforts herself with on a regular basis, the transition will be easier. If you currently spend a lot of time with her, then it's going to be a lot harder for her. I broke up with my girlfriend and she asked why I didn't consult her about ending the relationship. Well, you know, I can understand that or something like that because my feeling on relationships is this. If I'm going to have a relationship end, it needs to be after a long series of fights that don't resolve things. Because what that tells me is the other party is respecting my need for reality to be predictable. Ultimately, people hate more than anything else having the rug pull out from under them. That's to say, operate. Oh, the PNP from here. Okay, well, she's okay. I just saw her. Kitty made a scary sounding meow, but she's okay. I just saw her I don't know. It must have been the other kitty came around. And right now, because she's hurt, um, she's she hurt her leg the other day. She's limping. She may have even like slightly broken, maybe. I mean, she walks pretty well, so it's not very broken, but it looks kind of misshapen a little bit. I figured I'd wait a couple days, and if she was getting worse or looked like she was not well, then I'd take her to the vet. But so far, she seems fine. She's just a little limpy, so I'm not going to I'm not going to take her to the vet. Anyway, yeah, I really do think that people operate according to the prime directive, which is have expectations and realities align. People don't like being surprised, fundamentally. They want to know what's coming in life. So, like my take on a relationship is that, like I said, if it's going to end, both parties should have talked out the various issues many times. But I want to read actually an article that I read last night one of the best articles on relationships I've ever read, and explains everything amazingly well. And it's all very simple. It's called How Negativity Can Kill a Relationship. Successful marriages are not defined not by improvement, but by avoiding decline. There's an elegant symmetry to traditional wedding vows, for better or for worse, but love is not symmetrical, and most of us don't realize how lopsided it can be. The worst matters far more than the better in marriage or any other relationship. That's how the brain works. Our thoughts and feelings are skewed by what researchers call the negativity effect, which is our tendency to respond more strongly to negative events and emotions than to positive ones. When we hear a mix of compliments and criticism, we obsess over the criticism instead of enjoying the praise. This imbalance, also known as the negativity bias, evolved in our brains because it kept our ancestors alert to deadly threats, but too often warps our perspective and behavior. A slight conflict can have ruinous consequences when the power of bad overwhelms your judgment, provoking you to actions that further alienate your partner. You'd fare better by using your rational brain to override your irrational impulses, but to do that, you first need to understand just how powerful bad can be. In relationships, the negativity effect magnifies your partner's faults, real or imagined, starting with their ingratitude, because you're also biased by an internal overconfidence that magnifies your own strength. So you wonder how your partner can be so selfish and blind to your virtues, to all you've done for them. You contemplate one of life's most exasperating mysteries. Why don't they appreciate this? Why don't they appreciate me? We have some answers thanks to psychologists who've been tracking couples' happiness. They found, based on the couple's ratings of their own satisfaction, that marriages usually don't get better. The ratings typically go downhill over time. The successful marriages are defined not by improvement, but by avoiding decline. That doesn't mean marriage is misery. The thrill of infatuation fades, so the euphoria that initially bonded a couple cannot sustain them over the decades. But most couples find other sources of contentment and remain satisfied overall, just not as satisfied as at the beginning. Sometimes, though, the decline of satisfaction is so steep that it dooms a marriage. By monitoring couples' interactions and tracking them over time, researchers have developed a surprising theory for the breakdown of relationships. Imagine you are dating someone who does something that annoys you. This may not require a great deal of imagination. Perhaps your partner is a spendthrift, or flirts with your friends, or zones out in the middle of your stories. How do you respond? 1. Let it slide, hope things improve. 2. Explain what bothers you and work out a compromise. 3. Sulk, say nothing but emotionally withdraw from your partner. Or 4. Head for the exit, threaten to break up, and start looking for another partner. Those answers form a matrix used in a classic study of how dating couples deal with problems. Psychologists at the University of Kentucky identified 2 general strategies, constructive or destructive, each of which could be either passive or active. The constructive strategies sounded sensible and admirable, but they didn't matter much. Remaining passively loyal had no discernible impact on the course of the relationship. Actively trying to work out a solution improved things only a little. What mattered was the bad stuff. As psychologists concluded, it's not so much the good or constructive things that people do or do not do for one another that determines whether a relationship works, as it is the destructive things that they do or do not do in reaction to the problems. When you quietly hang in there for your partner, your loyalty often isn't even noticed. But when you silently withdraw from your partner or issue angry threats, you can start a disastrous spiral of retaliation. The reason long-term relationships are so difficult, says Carol Rusbolt, who led the couple study, is that sooner or later one person is liable to be negative for so long that the other one starts to respond negatively too. When that happens, it's hard to save the relationship. Negativity is a tough disease to shake, and it's highly contagious. Other researchers have found that when partners are separately asked to ponder aspects of their relationship, they spend much more time contemplating the bad than the good. To get through the bad stuff, you need to stop the negative spiral before it begins. But suppose you've managed to survive your courtship without any problems. You've just graduated from dating to blissful matrimony. Your soul soars, your heart sings, and your brain is awash in oxytocin, dopamine, and other neurochemicals associated with love. You're probably in no mood to participate in a scientific study, but some other newlyweds were persuaded to do so for a long-term project called PAIR, Process of Adaptation in Intimate Relationships. These couples in central Pennsylvania were interviewed during their first 2 years of marriage by psychologists who cataloged both the positive and negative aspects of the relationships. Some of the people were already ambivalent or hostile towards their partners and tended to get divorced quickly. But most couples showed lots of mutual affection and went on to celebrate several anniversaries. Over the long haul, though, those tender early feelings were not a reliable harbinger. More than a decade later, a disproportionate number of the couples who had been almost giddily affectionate were no longer together. As a group, those who divorced had been a third more affectionate during the early years than the ones who went on to have long, happy marriages. Over the short term, their passion had enabled them to surmount their misgivings and their fights, but those positive feelings couldn't keep the marriage going forever. It was how they dealt with the negative stuff, their doubts, their frustrations, their problems, that predicted whether the marriage would survive. Negativity hits young people especially hard, which is one reason that people who marry earlier in life are more likely to divorce than ones who delay marriage. Another reason is that younger people tend to have less money, which means more stress. Some couples, of course, are better off splitting up, but far too many of them sabotage a relationship that could have worked. Researchers who track couples have repeatedly been puzzled to see relationships destroyed even when there is no obvious cause. To test a theory, the psychologists Sandra Murray and John Holmes brought couples into a lab and gave them questionnaires to be filled out at tables arranged so that the partners sat with their backs to each other. They'd both be answering the same questions, the experimenter explained, and it was important that they not communicate in any way as they filled out the forms. But in fact, the questionnaires were different. One form asked people what they didn't like about their partners. They could list as many traits as they wanted, but were told it was fine to just name one. These people, who had been dating on average for a year and a half, had a few complaints, but were mostly pretty satisfied. They typically wrote down one or two things about their partners that were less than ideal, and then they put down their pens. The other partners had been given a much different task, listing all the things in their home. Instructed to name at least 25 things, they'd start writing, cataloging pieces of furniture, kitchenware, gadgets, books, artwork, and whatever, and were often still working away at it 5 minutes later. Meanwhile, the other partners were sitting there with nothing to do but listen to the scribbling and to assume that it must be a thorough inventory of their personal failings. They'd been hard-pressed to name just one or two complaints, but their partners apparently had a much different view of the relationship. As always in such studies, both partners were later informed of the deception, so no one went home unhappy. But before revealing the truth, the experimenter asked more questions about the relationship, and it turned out that the deception had a big impact on some of the people, the ones already prone to insecurity. The people with high self-esteem, as measured in a test before the experiment, felt a little threatened, but shrugged it off because they were secure enough to know that their partners valued them. But the people with low self-esteem reacted strongly to the presumed cascade of criticisms. Once they heard all that scribbling behind their backs, they feared their partners might reject them, and that fear took over. To protect themselves, they changed their own attitudes. They lowered their regard and affection for their partners. They felt less close, less trustful, less optimistic about the relationship. The insecure people were reacting needlessly because in reality, they were valued by their partners just as much as the secure people were. But they projected their own self-doubts into their partners' minds. They assumed their partners would judge them as harshly as they judged themselves. This sort of needless self-protection is especially harmful to a relationship, as Murray and Holmes found in another study by tracking a group of newlywed couples over 3 years. All too often, couples would seem to be in good shape. They had relatively few conflicts, but then one partner's insecurities would kick in. They'd mentally push their partners away or devalue their relationships, even though there was no real danger. They'd become especially resentful of making routine sacrifices, such as staying home in the evening instead of going out with friends. Their relationships were among the strongest to begin with, but they fell apart rapidly. By watching sore spouses bicker, researchers have noticed a pattern of gender differences. Insecure men tend to focus on fears of their partner's sexual infidelity. Inflamed with jealousy, even when there's no cause for it, they become highly possessive and controlling, which puts stress on the relationship and eventually drives the woman away. Insecure women worry less about sexual infidelity than about other kinds of rejection, and they tend to react with hostility rather than jealousy. These reactions were cataloged in a study of New York City couples who were videotaped in a lab at Columbia University as they discussed their problems. Each time one of the partners did something negative, complaining, speaking in a hostile tone, rolling their eyes, denying responsibility, insulting the other, the action was classified and counted. The researchers found that insecure people were the ones most likely to act negatively. Their own fear of rejection no doubt intensified the distress they felt because for them an argument wasn't just about a specific issue but a sign of deep problems and an ominous signal that the relationship was in jeopardy. Their panicky response was to push away their partner, with unfortunate success, as the researchers found by following couples over several years. People sensitive to rejection were especially likely to end up alone. Their fear of rejection became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Negativity. I'll read this paragraph. I was going to skip it because this doesn't apply to me, but it does apply to other people, so I'll just read it. Negativity seems to be less of a problem in same-sex couples. When researchers tracked a group of same-sex couples for more than a decade, they found that both male and female couples tended to be more upbeat than heterosexual couples when dealing with conflict. They were more positive both in the way that they introduced a disagreement and in the way that they responded to criticism, and they remained more positive afterwards. In heterosexual couples, the most common conflict pattern is called female demand, male withdrawal, a destructive cycle in which the woman initiates a complaint or criticism, the man responds by withdrawing. That pattern is less likely in same-sex couples. If it's two men, they are less likely to initiate a complaint, and if it's two women, they're less likely to withdraw. Most people don't recognize the negativity effect in their relationships. When Roy Baumeister, one of the authors of this piece, asks his students why they think they would be a good partner, they list positive things: being friendly, understanding, good and bad, loyal, smart, funny. These things do make a difference, but what's crucial is avoiding the negative. Being able to hold your tongue rather than say something nasty will do much more for your relationship than a good word or deed. Now, that's a compelling article. That is a compelling article. You know, it explains everything. That it's the power of the word. If you say negative shit, it sticks. And it has to be dealt with at some point. Oh, yeah, I'll put the link. Yeah, sorry, I should have done that already. My bad. My bad. Okay, after all that reading, of course, it is time to smoke a cigarette. So I'm going to ask you to chat amongst yourselves, please. Anyway, no, the negativity shit is not a natural byproduct of monogamy. Look, I was with Kimberly for 2.5 years. Reading that article was incredibly revelatory. Oh, that's what was going on. And that's fundamentally the difference between Rachel and Kimberly. Kimberly allowed her insecurity to turn toxic. You know, she turns the relationship irrevocably toxic. No matter how much constructive good stuff I tried, the negativity killed the relationship. In contrast, Rachel avoids saying negative things to me successfully. One thing I liked about that is I realized I must not be very insecure anymore because I'm not worried about Rachel's sexual fidelity. Really, I'm not at all. Actually, I don't think she's going to cheat or anything like that. I feel confident that. So maybe that's a good sign that I'm less insecure than I used to be. I probably used to be. It would have been a time when I would have been very, very insecure about having a long distance relationship, I guess. I think that had to do with yeah, I mean they can, Theo. I'd like to think I'm very, very careful in that regard. Like I don't really ever say anything. Winners don't cheat. True. I know I'm not going to, and I don't think she's going to. I have no reason to think she would. So I'm just not. I'm not a jealous type like that. However, if I see like if I have some reason to think something, then I'll go like, hey, or but I haven't had any reason to think anything. So I'm not naive like I used to be. My first marriage, it's like she practically had a sign on her chest saying, "I am cheating." I was completely oblivious. All right, now I'm going to really smoke, so please do chat amongst yourself. So today is Rachel's birthday. Why are we driven to say negative comments, and why aren't some people saying negative comments? I am not sure, and it's an excellent question. I do think that one reason people are driven to negative comments is insecurity. So there's this sabotage kind of thing, or this testy kind of thing, right? Where people want to test the durability of the relationship. They want to stomp on the ground a little bit and make sure that it's solid, and so they'll do something kind of nasty and see if their partner is going to tolerate it. Would I be more productive if you had to think about a new girl every few months at age 15? No, I would not. It would be incredibly. See, for me, it's very important to have that thing nailed down, and to know who my partner is, and to know it's going to work and why it's going to work. Yes, for instance, Mom, you pulled an Eric. You just pulled an Eric. 427.71. And my yeah, sure, I got you. I know you are a busy lady. You are busy on the computer. 427.71, and the time of birth is 1:29 a.m. I actually have my birth certificate pinned to this thing right here. So that's 1:29 a.m. April 27th, 1971. And I was born in Panorama City. The Panorama City. Well, Panorama City, California. If you can't, just remember, it's a beautiful panorama. No, it's a city. It's Panorama City. And it's right here in lovely California. And it's in Los Angeles County. Um, it was the closest Kaiser hospital, I guess, to where my parents were at the time. Anyway, cool. Awesome. Thanks, Winston's mom. That's fantastic. The thing is, well, like, what kind of negative comments am I talking about? Like Rachel one time said to me, I can count the number of negative things that Rachel said to me because I remember them all. I remember them all. I remember all the negative things that Kimberly said to me. As a word person, it's what I do. I remember people's arguments. So, Rachel one time said to me not that long ago that I don't understand millennials. So that's a negative statement that we're going to have to work out. I haven't really talked to her about it yet, but we're going to have to discuss it and see what exactly she meant, if anything, or if she was just doing that thing there. The negativity can ruin relationships. Because Rachel's not necessarily, because she's an NI user, she sees the apparent difference in dating capital between us, and she concludes that therefore, on some level, she's probably I could do better, is what she concludes, basically. But she doesn't get exactly, and I think she's starting to more, is that I'm an SI user, and all the time I spend with her is not filled with negativity. It's all very positive. She's positive. We enjoy our time together. We have a lot of things that are the same. We're really compatible about. We're physically really compatible. We are musically really compatible. We like the same kind of music. We like the same media, so there's lots of reasons why she's a perfect girlfriend for me. And that's just an SI user. I'm not evaluating things in terms of NI, dating, capital, whatever, And I hate dating. I hate it. I have no reason to leave a happy relationship. This is a happy relationship. I have no reason to leave it. What is Rachel doing for her birthday? Well, I ordered her some, I'll just say what I ordered her. Flowers and candy, which will arrive sometime between 9 and 7 today at her house, they said. And her parents are taking her out to what she refers to as a mafioso place, which is like an Italian restaurant in Long Island, I guess, that's, I don't know, maybe it serves like mafioso types or something. Or maybe it's just that kind of restaurant. I'm not sure exactly what she meant by that. But, it's an Italian restaurant, She's going to go there with her dad and her brother and her brother-in-law. Theo, life's a challenge a lot of times for all of us. And being good with language, and despite my cutting remark in the comments the other day, you are definitely good with language. It's with great power comes great responsibility. And that's something it takes an ENTP at least a long time to understand, potentially. Depends how you're raised, too. My dad brought this whole character thing into the equation early on and hammered that shit into me. Okay, Cloud, don't be evil and selfish. Okay? You're not going to feel good about yourself if you hurt people. I mean, like Theo says, he cringes at some of the things he said to his exes. I cringe at some of the things I said to my exes too. But You know, in a way, I've kind of always been careful with my words. Like I said, I was raised in a house where everybody was nice to each other and nobody was nasty. ESTJ. I mean, my dad, no, it's not good, Cloud. It's not good because you're basically saying, I am going to indulge myself in these things that I self identify as selfish and evil anyway. And you're just going to have to put up with it. Yeah, that's true. Being careful does make you more aware of the time you slip up. You know, be kind, be kind, be kind. This is important. And it's not always easy because people come at you, people roll up on you. People roll up on me all the time, right? And I'm accustomed to doing battle. It's like, be kind, be kind, be kind. But if somebody's going to want to come play war, then we're going to be warriors, and that's fine. And one sort of presumes that the other warrior has got thick skin if they're out there doing battle. But it's not always the case. You know, people come to do battle out of places of sometimes a lot of emotional distress. And for me, it's just another whatever coming to test the bastard gun in the West, you know? But I don't mean to brutalize people. You know, sometimes I probably do around here. I know I do. And I don't feel good about it, but it's a unique environment, you know? It's an environment where you better be prepared to fly in between the anti-aircraft fire, because you're going to get nothing but anti-aircraft fire around here half the time. Yeah, that's something I can't do, or I don't do very well, is realize that somebody's, you know, crossed an unfixable line. Well, Sergey Rachmaninoff, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I mean, I love it around here too. I'm just saying that as a YouTuber who says shit, you know, I don't just make videos that go, my love letter to the INFJ, my love letter to the ENTP. You know, I like Megan Lavoda. I think she's great. But if you don't want to face a lot of anti-aircraft fire, you're just gonna have to say a bunch of affirming things over and over again. That's not me. You know, I do think that the individual people ought to be affirmed, but I do make a distinction between people and ideas, abstract ideas. And of course, one thing that happens a lot, I do it too, but everybody does it to me too, is this FE shit where you go like, you're just projecting, or you just want this to be meow, or something like that. You know, the ontologization of critiques of arguments. I'm still too nice for your taste, to be honest. Oh, well. I am nice. I try to be nice. Yeah, we talk about everything around here. I hope, I mean, I think that article was very revelatory because it's like, avoid saying negative shit to your partner, no matter what else you do, because they will remember it. I know I will. You know, the thing is, there's very few negative things that Rachel has seen to me, said to me. Very few. She's careful with her words. Now, she's not necessarily careful with her words about things not me. She can be quite negative, but not about me. And I don't like the negativity, even when it's not about me. But it doesn't negatively impact the relationship. And it doesn't comprise the majority of her behaviors. It's sort of like she boils over periodically. She's so nice and so INFJ-ish, and then periodically she kind of boils over and starts and gets a little like nasty, you know. But it's not at me, and that makes all the difference in the world because that doesn't stick with me. It's like I said, I may not like it, but I don't need to change her. She's fine the way she is. Because I see her as needing to be, quote unquote, a good relationship partner for me. I don't see her as needing to be anything outside of that necessarily. And she is an excellent relationship partner for me. There's almost no negativity. It's almost all positive experiences. And that's what I want from my relationship. I don't want arguments. You know, I don't want conflict. I don't want complaining. Kimberly complained constantly. She was constantly complaining about shit. It's a good point, Dale. I don't have anything negative to I'm not looking for anything negative, and I don't find anything negative in my relationship because when I'm engaging with her, it's about things other than her. You know, I'm not saying like, okay, you need to change like Mia or something. I'm not trying to change her at all. I like her just the way she is. You know, some of the things I really like about Rachel that are really kind of irrelevant. She's never been married. She has no tattoos. She's never had any kids either. She's like, you know, a modern virgin. It's the modern definition of virgin. When there is mutual respect, most things will be smooth sailing. Right. And there's definitely mutual respect between me and Rachel. And I did not feel respected at all in my last relationship. I felt actively disrespected most of the time. Even so, it really took a long time before I ever actually got negative. Eventually, I got dragged down into the negative too. But, you know, I'm not that kind of guy. I don't like problems. I don't like problem admiration. I don't like seeking problems. I don't like dwelling on problems. I don't like long, convoluted solutions to problems. I like smooth sailing, like RW says. Smooth sailing. Everything's smooth sailing until somebody starts causing problems, you know, creating problems. And, you know, they say well, sure, life can be a turbulent sea. It will necessarily be a turbulent sea at some point. But my take on that is your relationship doesn't have to be. Your relationship should be a port in the storm. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, Kimberly she's an SI Dom at 50 years old almost, and we're just not prepared for that much disruption in her life as she knew it. She was not prepared for to be. She was not prepared to be a follower at all in a relationship. And I saw things as basically, I see relationships as power exchanges, like a series of power exchanges where you go, you lead here. Okay, I'll lead here. Yeah, it did start badly from the beginning. It was what is commonly referred to as a twin flame relationship. There was definitely a dual's attraction between us. Like, we felt like we understood each other in a not very mysterious way. Whereas, like, Rachel has a certain mysterious quality to her. It comes from being an NI user rather than an SI user. But we were like brother and sister. Kimberly and I were like brother and sister, an older brother and a difficult younger sister. I mean, we were just so incompatible sexually, too. I've never encountered anything like it. It was crazy. Well, I mean, yeah, she had other issues going on and stuff. You know, I think that a different ISFJ might have worked out. Who knows? But yeah, it was like brother and sister is the best way to put it. Whereas the thing is, with Rachel, I mean, by far the most sexually compatible I've ever been with anybody, and that's kind of big, you know. It's like, it's not just sexually compatible; it's physically compatible too. We fit together really well. Like, she fits in all my nooks and crannies. She's the right amount shorter than me, that everything fits in the right spot. When we walk together, we can easily match stride, even though my stride is much longer than hers. I'm not exactly sure how we do it, just sort of naturally happens. There's this rhythm compatibility that just happens between us. It's very you know, Theo, there's a lot of truth to that statement right there, because I'd not really experienced it before myself. Like, you know, I had a very accommodating second wife. She's an ESFJ. ESFJs are pretty much, they're not fragile at all. They're DTW, DT whatever, you know. If you're happy, they're happy. So, but even so, it was not remotely, it's not remotely as satisfying as this relationship, because I wasn't really attracted to her, you know. She wasn't conventionally attractive, but good woman, excellent woman, and you know, we had a good marriage for as long as it lasted. I got no ill things to say about her. Just, it does matter if you're attracted to them. You know, it's like I asked Taylor the other day, what's the most, or somebody did, what's the most, it wasn't me who asked him, actually, somebody else asked him, what's the most important thing in looking for a partner? And he said, be attracted to them. You know, I liked hearing her speak too. She said some funny things. She was, you know, the thing is, for a long time, the live streams and stuff with Kimberly worked pretty well. She sort of sit in the background, make snarky remarks periodically, pretty funny, bust my chops some and everything, and that was fine. She was not a bad video making partner. Rachel is a lot more what I'm looking for as a video making partner, which is she's interested in being involved in ways that I want to involve her, and is not scared to do shit. Like, there's no way I would ever have been able to get Kimberly to dance in a video for me. Rachel's down to dance in a video for me. Because you're never going to get that. You're never going to get that from a professional Winston's mom. The truth is, you're never going to get a really fantastic sexual experience with somebody who you're not deeply in. It's like it requires real intimacy, where you really know and trust the person. It's not just a physical act. And I don't agree with prostitution either. I don't understand how. I mean, I certainly wouldn't be interested in anything of the sort. Sociotic intertype relations are, some of them are okay, the descriptions, some of them are not so good. And sometimes it depends. Like, for example, you got to look at the metaphysical and physical aspects. The perceiving types should be with other perceiving types. But the intuitive should be with the intuitives, basically, on some of them. Not just the ones that start with the perceiving function. Like, ESTP, I think, should be with ISFJ, and ENTP should be with INFJ. That's my opinion. See, that's how the laws should be, Nikolai Shea. Prostitution should be legal, but pimping should be super illegal. That's good logic. I know that there are people out there who are satisfied with that stuff, but I'm looking for actual intimacy. I'm looking for a life partner. I'm not looking for humpage. Do you think we are attracted to what we can't have, or what is never destined to work out? Kind of like the reason we enjoy junk food. No. I think some people are attracted to what they can't have. I think that's a mistake. I'm not attracted to what is destined to not work out. I'm attracted to things working out. My problem is sometimes in the past, like with Kimberly, for example, I just have too much faith in my own power, basically. I can fix this. The truth will fix this. My goodness and truth will overwhelm the evil here, and I will repair this. The thing is, you can see how that inclination plays out in two different ways sometimes. Like, I see the relationship between me and Rachel is fundamentally healing both people. Whereas my last relationship did not heal either person. It damaged both people. Damaged me more than it damaged her, but I was fairly undamageable in serious ways. Anyway, the point is, if you allow a relationship to heal you, that means you're letting go of some of those fears, at least to the extent that they're compelling you to behave poorly. If you're so afraid that somebody's going to break up with you that you sabotage the relationship, which to some extent may be what Kimberly did, then your insecurities have won the day. But if you can recognize those things for what they are and realize and operate under the basic frame that don't do lasting harm with your words, and adhere to that, then it's a whole different ballgame. Okay, so Sergey Rachmaninoff says, I'm SEE. That's sensing ethical extrovert. So ESFP. And you keep trying to befriend intuitive ethical introverts. That's INFJs. Seems like you're barking at a wall. I don't know why. INFJs don't really like people. that's one of the secrets. The secrets of the INFJ revealed. INFJs don't actually like people very much. I like to play the piano occasionally, sometimes too, RW. But I don't try to play classical songs. That sounds hard. ESFP, INFP? You're her supervisor? No, you're not a supervisor. Wait, yes, you are her supervisor. Yeah, you're a supervisor type. That's not going to work. She's never going to impress you. She's never going to impress you. That's the answer to that. I'm using the Socionics inner types just straight up right now on this one. That should be pretty straightforward. Supervisor relationships are not good for relationships. Why can't I find INFP girl? Why do you want one? Why don't you just find your dual? Why don't you find an INTJ girl? Actually, you should find an ISTJ girl. ESFP, ISTJ. Perfect. There you go. I found your mate for you, Cloud. You need to find an ISTJ girl. She'll be the most socially awkward one in the bunch. INTP versus INFJ. It's supposed to be golden, but what about when the male's INFJ and the female's INTP? It should still work. I wouldn't call it golden. You don't have an extrovert in the mix. You should have an extrovert and an introvert, in my opinion. Yeah, who will do the dishes? Exactly. Who's going to get it? Nobody's going to get anything done in that house. Like, in my relationship, I'm the person who does this kind of things. Rachel's messier than me. This is true of INFJs in general. They're not tidy at all. The maid is good. Dishwasher, those are good answers. Robots, also a good answer. The problem with INTP, INFJ also is you get a judger and a perceiver in the mix together there, and it's probably not going to work. True that, RW. Except, there's something kind of satisfying. You can't really totally get them excised from your life. When my himself is out and about. What do you call your husband? My himself. Probably business mom. Oh, good urination. So satisfying and true and good and just and fine and special. So that Atlantic article that I read seems like a perfect example of SI and NI coming together. Because I've got like this big SI experience of negativity in my last relationship and the lack of negativity in this relationship. And to wrestle and tame your penis. Huh? Have you considered a tiger or a lion, maybe? I wasn't reading yours at the time. Now I'm going back and reading it. Yeah, what focus SE foresaw, and she's very interested in. The thing is, Yeah, sure. Drop me a link. Did I reply to you yesterday? What did I reply about? My side's kind of shitty. You're gonna have to help me out here. I mean, I think EHPs get over relationships like that. Easy squeezy. I just don't have time to be thinking about the past, right? The thing is, it's not like that for me anymore. I have, oh yeah, cool, great, sure. I'm always down to collaborate. Um, it's like people suggest that, and I'm down to hear what they got and see what happens. Uh, Yeah, the older you get, the more you realize how little time you have left to establish a serious relationship. There's that. There's also the reality for me that I do feel responsible for all the people I get with. Like, I carry with me some sense of like failure about Kimberly that I don't. INTJ Island. No, I don't know that one. Of course, yeah, whatever. Anything's fine. Um, you know, I can't take the bruising, the heart bruising involved in dating either, because especially not dating by the channel is new. That is a thorny thicket of bullshit that I don't want anything to do with. People's lives are comprised, from my perspective, anyways, in any dom. I think people's lives comprise the narratives that they tell about themselves and what's going on, their understandings, their frames, etc. All this language meaning things, right? Like what Theo says here. I jump tribes off and I don't keep in touch. That's the reality of his narrative frame, of his identity. That he has social engagements, but he's not married to those social engagements. It's kind of an INFJ perspective. But he probably also understands or has some sense, correct me if I'm wrong, Theo, that one-on-one relationships are a little different than tribes. The simplest idea is that if you cannot tell someone to fuck off, you are not on an even playing field. That's great. That's great. That's great. I like that. That really does. That really does define playing field. Yeah, well, I'm SX too. And being SX means we really want. Well, from the perspective of an SI user, they're subjective stories within a universal frame, basically. Because I have 4 or 5. So for me, I understand it as my personal stories as they resonate universally. So am I proud of these stories because they resonate with good universal stories, or am I proud of these, or am I ashamed of these stories because they resonate with bad universal stories? Is something communicatively true and expressible, then I ought to communicate it thusly. There's a bunch of normative shit involved in the value matrix of having it given an intentional manner that helps to define exactly how that plays out, and how that plays out for different people is different. For some people, they don't see themselves as just subjective stories. They see themselves primarily as experiences. Somebody like an ISFP, NE polar, FI Dom, their stories are lean. They're NI stories. My story is convoluted. My story is 5,000 videos long. And that's just my 40s. Not even all my 40s. It's just the middle 6 years of my 40s is 5,000 videos long. So my story does need an editor, for sure, RW. I won't write my story, I will live my story suggests extroverted intuition is instrumental to extroverted sensing. If you really are an ESFP, that would make sense that you would see it that way. Nerds look shit up. I'm too busy carping and all those DMs. Oh, where's this mom? I don't think that's correct. Necessarily, Resh. I don't know the rules on that as far as SX, SO, SP. I think they go along with certain Enneagram tri-types. Like certain Enneagram tri-types can be either yeah or meow, but not meow, for example. But I really don't know that. You'll decide the story after you're dead. Are you sure you're still going to be able to decide the story then? I'm not sure you're going to have access to the typewriter. Isn't there some inherent danger in perceiving yourself as a narrative? Yeah, I mean, it's about balancing your SI and NI frames, from my perspective. Like, when Rachel and I do have problems, it's generally because she's perceiving herself too much as a narrative, from my perspective. Like, she's talking about who and how she is rather than who and how she chooses to be with me. And she'll perceive some NI truth about herself or about me and conceive that perhaps that's a deal breaker in some sense, or threatening to the well-being of the relationship. And I'll point out that that's not really our experience with each other at all. That she may have perceived herself as that person there heretofore, but she's not acting like that. She's not indicating to me in any real, concrete, physical sense that there's a problem between us. It's that if you were to accept the NI things about each of us that seem to be true, that this would be a problem. For example, like, I can't even think of a good example, but well, like like sex, for example. She'd want to know, like, well, what kind of things am I into? And the reality was simple enough. It was like, um, you're standing here naked in front of me and looking incredibly sexy. What am I into? I'm into that, It's straightforward enough. It's not That's not a place where NI and NE should necessarily rule the day, right? It's as simple as I'm really attracted to you and I really want to have sexual intercourse with you. And I don't need to know anything about what kind of shit I'm into or whatever. I'm gonna put my penis in you now, okay? It doesn't need to be more complicated than that. Of course, I did the same thing though. I brought a lot of NI shit too. So I was like, like for example, I would be like, if she'd say something like, well, maybe I'm not the best person for you, I'd interpret that as being a sneaky way of saying maybe you're not the best person for me. But it really wasn't ever that. She was never saying maybe you're not the best person for me. She was actually saying maybe I'm not the best person for you. And me choosing to interpret it in the N way, which is she doesn't mean that, she means the other thing, is an example of me being wrong, me being wrong and being wrong because I feel insecure or I'm used to interpreting things in an insecure fashion. Who's Eric Roberts? I have no idea who Eric Roberts is. Well, let's see. Thing is, it's not just a matter of presenting yourself as a narrative. If you're an ENTP, if you're FI polar, then you see yourself as either narrative or experience, SI experience. The alternative to narrative is SI experience. So like when I'm not doing this, I'm lying down and going right, or taking a shower or eating food. Or if I have to, doing some work. I think my main problem with EXTP framing is that it always lands on the most convenient argument that can be defended instead of the most accurate and likely. Did you respond to this early? I mean, look, I think ESTP framing does that. I think ENTP framing does that when the ENTP is young. And then gradually the ENTP, because the ENTP is going to build a meta construct just like the INTP will. It's going to be more haphazard and it's going to be slower, but it'll nevertheless, we start to see we comprise our identities of our narratives. We have to remain consistent with those narratives, and we need a meta frame that's consistent with those that allows you to keep those narratives consistent and, you know, well, Ron Solo, I don't think that's an accurate critique of me. I just don't. My framing does not always land on the most convenient argument. Right now, I'm responding to that with the most accurate and correct argument, which is that's just not me. I mean, the thing is, I may land on the most accurate, I may land on the most convenient one, but I'll test it in my head before I spit it out, you know? If it is just convenient, or sometimes I'll test it after I spit it out, like right there, right? You know, or maybe that's not really true. You know, sometimes, sure, I'm not perfect, you know. ENTP framing rarely misses the question being asked, you know, at least mine does. Not very often miss the question being asked. I may not afford the other person the full range of possible interpretations, but that's saying, why should I do their job? You know, that's their job. Why is the ENTP being critiqued for not doing the other person's job? I mean, look, in questions about technology, it is true that I will often reiterate that I'm right without showing in detail why I'm right. That's because I've shown in detail why I'm right many times. I've made many videos detailing these questions. Why this thing is not correct when compared against what I'm saying. I've made many such videos. I've detailed the specifics of this many times. So it is true that I will often reiterate that I'm right without showing in detail why I'm right, because I already have. There's a video out there explaining it. People come in here and they want to do battle with me, but they don't actually do any research first. Any DOMs assume too much and hijack the frame. Don't leave it so, don't have such poor frame security then. You know, why don't you put a few guards up if you don't want us to hijack the frame? For God's sakes. Hijack the frame. I prefer the term seize. It's not rightfully yours. So hijack's not the right word. ENFPs are the worst at it, though. Probably, yeah. Probably ENFPs are bad about hijacking the frame, I would guess. I don't think they really address the issue directly. That's the difference between an ENFP and an ENTP. When somebody says, you know, any DOMs assume too much and hijack the frame, and ENTP actually addresses the question. So, and if the more secure, basically, the more self what's a good word for this? Like, it's really like self-satisfied is really the best word, although it has negative connotation. The more self-satisfied you are, that is to say, generally satisfied with yourself, not deeming yourself unsatisfactory. That's all it means to say you're self-satisfied. Really, is like, I do not deem myself unsatisfactory. Well, the more self-satisfied you are as an ENTP, the more likely you are to do your best to at least include the FI considerations of making the other person feel heard as well, you know? So I try to do that. I'm not always successful. Bong rip time. I'll tell you what. As a general gesture of goodwill among men, I'm going to transubstantiate this bong rip for Theo Servinos. All right, now I don't know if you know how this works yet, Theo, but when I transubstantiate you a bong rip, that means my lungs do all the processing of the smoke, but you get all the high. Pretty good deal. So if you're driving, please pull over. I hereby transubstantiate thee. Yeah. It's true, a lot of ENTPs can win arguments when they're wrong. But have I considered the morning lung as a result of dehydration? I'm not sure. Well, Theo, interestingly, I was just about to comment about how you smoke too little. So we are on the same page there. It really depends, I suppose, on the experience level of the NTP. Because when you're talking about NTPs and INTPs, they both learn a lot through the process of debating and the process of case building and card cutting and all that kind of stuff. If you're talking about real debate. So experience has a lot to do with it. INTPs have a tendency to spike too much. And to spike means I could have swore with that asterisk there. For a second, it looked like you corrected yourself to say raping. I don't miss my 4 packs a day habit. I love vaping. I mean, raping. Okay, so I'm going to do another transubstantiated bong rip here. I'm going to transubstantiate this bong rip to Matt Collier. Matt Collier, this bong rip's for you. I'm transubstantiating it, which means that my lungs are going to process the smoke, but your brain is going to get the high, Matt Collier. Here you go. Transubstantiate. In the bar rip smoking business, we call this one a real Matt Collier. Say on black, I can't transubstantiate Adderall, apparently. It doesn't work. Oh, yes, I can, Theo. Your experience is invalid. I hereby invalidate your experiences. Yeah. Matt Collier's juiciness has gone up at least 14%. If you were Matt Collier right now, you'd be sitting there going, wow, I'm like 7% more Matt-like and 7% more Collier-like. I've never felt so Matt Collier in my life. Okay, it's time to smoke. Dambe Pinan Shigani da, as they say in Korean. And you know what that means? It means I have an important request to make of you. I'm going to ask you, please, if you don't mind, can you, for the next moment or two, can you please, Matt Collier? Thank you. Yeah, it's not minus 11. It is about probably 55 degrees right now, I would guess. I know it got down to 45 last night, which is pretty cold. Let's see. Arcadia weather hourly. I searched for the, oh, it's 48 degrees right now. I'm surprised it's that cold. Is it really 48 degrees right now? Doesn't feel like it's 48. Yeah. No, it's 50, it says. 50 feels like 50. 70% humidity. Southeast wind at 1 mile per hour. Not very good kite flying weather. If you'd like to go fly a kite, don't come to Los Angeles right now. Now, looks like later today, starting at 4 p.m., we got a 35% chance of rain, increasing to 40% through 6 p.m., increasing to 75% through 8 p.m., and topping off at 90% chance of rain at 10 p.m. tonight. It's going to be 50 degrees. It's going to be a low snow level. We're looking at snow hitting probably, gosh, I don't know, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet. So what's going to be the snow level tonight? Snow level tonight in Southern California. Let's look it up. Let's find out. Wow. 2,600 feet. That's pretty low. Right now it's 33 degrees at 2,600 feet. Tonight. Oh, no, I was wrong. Snow level 4,500 to 5,000, decreasing to 4,000 feet tonight. So that's not that low. It's like medium low. The other thing I like to check, I'm going to go ahead and check it out and inform you all about this information, is the water level of Big Bear Lake, just up in the mountains. Big Bear Lake. Okay, so let's look at it. Let's look together. Let's look now. Here we go. Weekly lake levels. Weekly lake levels. Weekly lake levels. All right, so the lake level's at 60 feet as of January 13th. Down from full, only 11 feet 5 inches. That's pretty close to full, let me tell you. If you look at the historical or weekly lake levels, 1985 through 2019, what you'll see is levels from the lake's really been going up because, like, where was the lowest? The last time the lake was full was basically 2012. And it should be full again this year. In 2016, it was like 17 feet down from full. That's a lot downer. And in 2018, it was like 18 feet down below. But 2019, it started the year at 18 feet down below the full level. End of the year at 11 feet. So that's pretty good. Oh, is Rachel Lapalosa here? Hi, baby. Happy birthday. Good morning, my precious angel. Nice to see you. The coach. Are you sure it wasn't a lorry? It's called a bus, Theo. It's called a bus. I like that name, Sir Lovington Phillips. Sir Lovington Phillips is definitely. Sir Lovington Phillips should be the host of Hype House. That really should be my top priority when I get a new supply of amphetamines. What caused fires in Australia? Heat plus fuel. Dryness, you only got half the equation there, Theo. Yeah, 1/3. Okay, heat plus dryness plus fuel. And air. You're right. You're right. Okay, heat plus air plus dryness plus fuel. Was that one of the 4 things, Cloud? No, it wasn't. We didn't say plus global warming. Global warming can't start a fire. Yeah. Might be Zeus's mighty lightning bolts. Why isn't Zeus a superhero if Thor is? Thor's got lightning bolts, but really Zeus is the god of lightning bolts. I like bladder plus methane. Bladder plus methane equals inflation. Kangaroos probably did start it. They're evolving. They're learning fire. How can I find the Philosopher's Stone? Good question. First clarifying question. What is the Philosopher's Stone? Do I maybe already have it and not know? Because I have some rocks in my fish tank. The will of the Lord. And the Lord willed fire. Poor spiders. Not many miss them. I try not to think about depressing things. Why? Because depressing things generate sad feelings of sorrow and misery. Hi, Ilix. Was that Elijah Rude? The will of the people. Yeah, something like that. And you're opening a box of what? Philosopher's Stone is a legendary alchemical substance capable of turning base metals such as mercury into gold or silver. Zeus retired and gave his lightning duties over to Thor, huh? Immortality? You don't want immortality, Cloud. You got Mercury in your Gemini, and Gemini in your Taurus. You got Taurus in your Capricorn, and Capricorn in your Cancer. Okay, Theo, listen, I can't grant immortality, but I can license it. Oh, you grant immorality. No. And I won't license it either. But I will license you to be immortal if you'd like. I can. Don't get cancer in your butt. Well said, Rachel. Well said. I can license you. All licenses all the time will license people to be immortal. Licensed immortal is a status you can get at all licenses all the time. Oh, you don't need a license? Well, I'm not saying you need one. I am saying obviously people take you more seriously if you're licensed. Did you see the Exxon ad in which they dip a kangaroo in gasoline? No. Is that true? I can't believe that's true. My skin looks so smooth. Yes. Licensing is TEBS, not from all licenses all the time. Okay. All licenses all the time is a business that affords licenses to people who need to be licensed for things or want to be licensed for things. You know, it's obviously always better to be a licensed version of something than an unlicensed version. Duh. That's why I'm quite confident my business will succeed if I ever actually implement it. I don't know, TE users, INFPs. Yeah, it makes me happy when Rachel's here. Her circle's so blue. Her circle's as blue as her name. All licenses all the time licenses itself to license people. Okay? So you don't need to worry about that. It has a license to license people. An exclusive license to license people. Okay? Only all licenses all the time is licensed. It's exclusively licensed by ALATT Incorporated to issue licenses. So, who would like to buy a license for something? My dad is. Winston's mom. My dad is. Again, shit just depresses me. There's nothing I can do. Nothing I can do about any of it right now. Thanks, Elijah. Like a license for washing your own dishes. All licenses all the time can issue that license for you. We can license you for that. That's a good reason not to wash them. You don't want to make any mistakes. As an unlicensed dishwasher, you're likely to break things, cause problems, etc. Well, I tell you what's going on right now, though, everybody. I got to tell you. Right now, I'm campaigning hard for Eric Strauss Nap Time 2020. Now, I could have you guys chat amongst yourselves while I nap. You guys could watch me nap, I guess, if you wanted to. Moving it over there to watch the fish sounds like a challenge. It's because of all the weed. Yeah. Well, it's because of a lot of things, actually. It's a combination of things. Ooh, no, that you have to have a lot of separate licenses. Elijah, there's no umbrella license. The only umbrella license is the license. The license is all the time. So license things. Okay, so I'm gonna lie down for a bit. You guys could watch me nap stream. Nap stream 2020. I did not know that, Nicholas. I had no idea. They're probably hot chicks, though, I bet. I bet they're not me. And they probably sleep in like skimpy clothes or something. Great. More sleep stream. Oh, big win. Don't be such a negative Nancy. It is fun watching me sleep. It is a lot of fun. I toss, I turn. First, I gotta go pee, though. Before we really enjoy the wonders of sleep stream. I'm catching up on a lot of lost sleep. The wonderful world of urination. Okay, let's see. I put pants on for extra modesty. Well, good night, everybody. These are my knee pillows. They go there. There. Yo. Yeah.
I think I want to take a run down to the swap meet.
Okay.
So that's it.
All right. Have a good time.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Yo.
Interesting. There's a half-eaten dead rat, and I mean rat, not mouse, in the driveway. Now, I wonder if that was your kitty's work.
I don't know.
So I'm going to throw it in the garbage, but
Yeah.
it was right there, just right off the steps. It was actually almost exactly half. The head and the front part of the front paws is gone. It could have been a hawk or something, but I just wonder if your kitty is actually doing kitty's work.
Well, it could be explaining how she hurt herself.
I don't know. If she is, give her an extra treat for me.
Okay, cool. Right. I feel so restless slumber. Restless slumber. Restless slumber. I can sleep some more. Right.